Hello, this is Dimitri with UGears US Ukidz LLC. Today we're going to be assembling UGears Star Wars Millennium Falcon. It is one of the largest, or I want to say the largest model ever. 1,235 parts. Haven't done such a thing from UGears before. Previous one was UTG-24, which was the Ford Le Mans series, Ford GT. So this one is bigger, more parts, a larger model. Let's see how long it's gonna take me to assemble. All right, so let's start by opening up the box and checking what's inside. So I'm using my little precision file to pop the box open. And this is a newer style design boxes, so it doesn't have plastic in it, or as much plastic as I used to. As always, I'm going to be keeping everything on the side for now until we're done with the assembly, just to make sure that we're not missing anything. Oh my god, this is a lot of boards. So we're let's see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 and a half boards. Never seen such a large model before from UGears, so this is the first. We do have some papers in here for decoration purposes. So on the bottom of the box we do have all these extra parts to keep the box together. We do have this part, this I'm assuming for maybe LEDs. We got one bag. We have the battery pack and LED strip. Nothing here, so I'm gonna put it aside. The second bag we got, as always, sandpaper, and a lot of it. We do have some springs, larger ones, and 2 wax sticks. I'm assuming just for the shear size you do need more than just one. And obviously very thick assembly instructions. So this is going to be our start. Oh, I'm holding it upside down. And let's go see what it tells us to do. All right, so this is Millennium Falcon Star Wars by UGears, Ukrainian Gears. First page, make sure you when you remove the parts, be very careful not to break them. Extreme care. Use wax when they don't go together very easily. You do not burn the wax. It is a part of the candle, so do not bring a fire to it. You don't need to melt it down, and just apply it as is. Not intended for kids under 3 or kids under 14, I want to say. And page number 3, we have symbols that are in the book. Exclamation mark, obviously pay close attention. Sandpaper, we do need to sand the part. This is a little candle wax, just like this, with a toothpick and a gear, just showing you that you do need to wax that part. It's an old symbol from the older UGears models where they used to use toothpicks. Little fan with arrows, meaning it's a part that needs to move freely, rotational most of the time, or just move in any direction, whatever it's supposed to. Next one is 2 gears with the arrows in opposite direction, meaning this is a mechanical connection and you need to check, make sure it's working. Then you have 2 boards with 2 arrows, meaning press the parts together. 2 boards with 2 arrows and a cross. Do not press the parts together, keep them untouched for now. Scissors, obviously use the scissors to cut the pieces if you need to. And then on the right hand side there is a helping tool, which is on board number 3. God, I'm still impressed by the quantity of the boards that are there. So it's the top right corner of board number 3. We're going to take it out right away because we will need it. The tool is used to push the parts out, to snap the parts together, to remove the extra material from in between the gear teeth, and so on. All right, let's move on to page number 4. Now we need to check, and now the secret is known. you need to check with the two 2032 CR 2032 batteries. And it so happened that I have my security alarms right next to me, so we need to pop this open somehow. Is there a trick? Just need to get these two open. Here's my two batteries. Hopefully they're not dead. If not, I won't be able to check this part, and I'll be prepared next time, and I'll bring a new batteries. Let's see if I got these working. So first one is with the plus towards the top, and the second one is with the plus towards the bottom, upside down, and LED is working. So I had it in on position, so right away you can see that lights are on and it works. So that's the first thing that we need to double check, make sure it is operational. And I love this color. Side note, I'll move on to page number 6 where the actual assembly starts. All right, and let's see. Step number 1 on page number 6, top left corner, we need part number 1 and part number 2. Part number 1 is on board number 1. Part number 2 is on board number 2. All right, part number 1 is that large piece on the left-hand side. Part number 2 is going to be on board number 2. This is like a little wing looking thing. That's part number 2 in the top left corner. All right, so these we need to put them together. Wing's going to go this way towards sloped down to the right, and then we attach it to part number 1 in this corner where the staff is at. Alrighty, and step number 2, we need parts number 3 from the top and parts number 4 from the bottom. So the parts number 3 and 4 looks like they're going to be on board number 3, and we have there in the top right corner we need 5 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so 3 sets, 5 sets, sorry. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I have a couple extras in there, probably for later in the assembly. Alrighty, that's 5 4s and then 5 3s. Going to be in the same location. Looks like we're probably going to need to clean these parts off a little bit, as they're smaller on the smaller side, and I'm using my helping tool to get these guys out. Alrighty, so let's get these cleaned off a little bit. And part number 3 from the top, we have 2 sets here and 3 sets on the bottom. So part number 3 is going to go from the top. It should just feed right in. Or almost right in. So we'll do part number 3s. They need to be almost perfectly going straight down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Where's my number 5? Turn it upside down, and then we insert in the same locations. We insert part number 4 from the bottom. That will lock this in place. And I'm going to use my helping tool here to press it down. make sure it's nice and flush. Once you get it in a little bit, just use the helping tool to get it all the way down with a little bit of a pressure. We do have some extras spare. That's what the little plus sign right next to the tool, or I mean right next to the part on the instruction manual means. And then once you insert it, just press it down so it goes all the way down to the surface. And we'll keep the two parts together. And that's our A1. Let me clean this off a little bit. Little extra material sticking on the side. All right, and then the next step, number one on this right-hand side, we're gonna put this on the side, and you can already see how huge it is compared to the other models. And that's only half of it, maybe quarter, third. All right, step number one on the right-hand side, part number 5 and 2 number 6s. Number 6s are on board number 3 in the top right corner. And then part number 5 will be on, looks like, board number 4. On the bottom, left side. All right, and let's see, we need 2 wags in between these little forks here. And I would wax the tab just to make it a little bit easier to insert them. Now this little hole that is closer to the side is towards you and to the right, and then you insert the 2 part number 6 from the bottom. So it kind of gives you an indication which way they need to go. And that's our A2. Moving on to page number 7. We're going to put that aside. We need part number 7, which is going to be also on board number 4, bottom left there. And 2 parts number 6, which are going to be on board number 3. And let's see, within this little circle, a little bit below the middle on the right hand side. And same thing, I'm going to wax the forks, I'm going to wax the tab. And we're going to insert it with this hole. The one that is in the corner is going to be bottom right or closer to you to the right, and then in the larger rectangular holes from the bottom, that's where part number 6 goes into. Once again, if you apply a little bit of a wax, it's going to go in much easier. And that's going to be our A3. Next, step number 1 on the right hand side on page number 7, we got 2 parts number 8. They're top right corner of board number 3. Same thing, just wax the little forks. That will make it easier to slide the parts in between. And then we need our A1 with the sharp pointer to the right. We're going to insert part number A2, that's the larger one, with this little hole on the left hand side. It's going to go into these 2 slots that are larger on the left hand side. And then we need to make sure that it goes all the way in and snaps into place almost without any space in between. And then same thing with the A3. There's 2 holes here, and with our part number 6, gonna slide it in, start it off, and then snap it in place. And then the 2 8, it's gonna go into the hole in the center here in the middle, and then one at the edge on the left hand side if we're holding the part together. And you can hold it whichever way you like in order to be able to insert it easier. That's going to be our A4. Moving on to page number 8. And I'm going to put A4 on the side. Step number 1 on the top. We're going to need to do the similar thing with part number 9 and part number 10. So part number 9 is going to be on board number 4. feels like we're going to be done with the boards pretty quickly, especially with the first three, considering how large the parts are. The longest surface there, arch, and then there's a flat surface. Make sure it's on the right, and then the flat, the longer flat is going to be on the top, and then part number 10 is going to be on board number 2. It's on the bottom, more leaning towards the left side. All right, and then we still need the parts number 3 and 4 as before. We're going to need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 threes. They're in the top right corner here for now, and 4s, we're going to need 4 4s. So 1, 2, 3, and then that's a 4, 3 4s. There's one extra 4, I'm just a little bit confused. And then 1 3 on the left hand side here, top left. And that's going to go with a little L shape towards the top. Make sure you match the bottom line together. And we're going to insert it into 1, 2, 3, 4 sides. So 3 from the top. And then we're going to flip it upside down and insert the 4s from the bottom into the same holes. Not going to hear much clicking there, just kind of have a feeling how far deep it's going to go. And then as it starts going, then you can use your helping tool just to press it down to make sure it sits nice and tight. All right, that's our A5. Now we're gonna take our A5, make it on the left side, and A4 on the right side, and we're gonna join them together in the center with the connection points part number 6 and 8. A little bit larger parts. I don't know which angle to start with, just to start getting them into place. There you go, a little bit higher. And I'm sorry if I'm going off of the screen a little bit. Do need a little bit of a pressure to straighten it out. And now once you straighten it out, then you can kind of snap it together along the whole length. All right, make sure there's barely any distance in between. And now we're gonna need to lock it all up with, let's see, parts number 3. We're gonna need 4 more, and parts number 4. They're on the bottom left, a little bit below the middle here, within this little cluster. And you can break off this little cluster just to remove the parts. Will make it easier. Then you're going to need to clean up the parts a little bit from the extra material that may be on there. All right, and then that's gonna go up front here. We're gonna have a few connections. Let's see, so we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. So the split where the L shape is at, that's where the parts number 3 and 4 is gonna go. The 3s are from the top, 4th are from the bottom, and kind of similar as we did before. We do part number 3. It looks like it's a little bit forgiving, so forgiving. So it's easy to insert if you hold it from the bottom a little bit, flip it upside down, and number 4s. Since you have 3s installed, it should give you a little bit support. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then I'm gonna push them with my helping tool just to make sure that it's inserted completely. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All the way in, and that's our subassembly A. So that will give you the size of the whole assembly that we're gonna have, maybe a little bit bigger even. All right, step number 9, all the mechanical components. We're gonna have a lot of little gears putting together. All right, step number 1 on the left hand side on page number 9, we need parts number 11, 12, and 13. They're all on board number 3. 13 is top left, 1, 2, we're gonna need 2 of those. Part number 12 are all over the place, middle on the left hand side, 2 of them. Part number 11 is in middle, a little bit to the left of the center line. We do need to wax every single gear, tooth, gear, and gear tooth. And we're gonna need to wax every single washer too. Considering the shear size of the project and the quantity of the gears that we have on here, we do need the good lubrication. Wood does create a lot of friction, so the more lubrication you put on there, the better it is. They do recommend to sand every single gear. I'm not gonna be doing that, which will create a little bit of an issue when I'm gonna try to operate it, but I leave it up to you guys if you wanna proceed with it or not. I'm a risky guy, so I'm just gonna use the wax and the power of my hands to get the system working. Alrighty, snap these two guys together. Parts number 13 on the top. The hole is on the left side, so which wouldn't matter at the step number 1. It does matter on the step number 2. So we got part number 14 and 2/15. 14 is going to be on the left hand side, a little bit below the center, and parts number 15 is going to be on the left hand side, a little above the middle, or center, middle. We do need to wax parts number 15. part number 14 is going to go from the bottom. The thicker portion with the little T coming from the bottom needs to go, the little opening needs to go in the y-axis if you're looking at the gear. So first we're going to need to wiggle it a little bit to get it through the hole, and then push it. I'm going to use my helping tool just to get it all the way to the step, and then parts number 15 is going to go from the top all the way to the gear. So you have part number 14 sticking out here with the little step in, so when you come in with the pin, it's going to come in from this side with the locking mechanism. That's our going to be B1. I'm going to leave it on the side right now. Step number 1, middle of the page, a little bit to the right of the middle of the page at the top. Also need parts number 13, 2 of them. Parts number 12, 2 of them. They're parts number 13 top left, parts number 12, they're a little bit below the middle on the left. Then part number 16 is going to be to the left of the center line, a little below the middle. Same thing, we're going to wax every single gear tooth. It's supposed to send them. We will not. Which means there's going to be longer to work the mechanism in, or harder. I'm going to get a new wax stick. That's an old one from a different model that I've been using, specifically from X-Wing. Had some leftovers. All right, then it's kind of similar thing. The dot is on the left hand side. 12 is going to go from the top and from the bottom. Then 13 locking it in. And I'm going to use the table as the leverage. You can use a little bit of a wax to get these parts on. That will make it a little bit easier. And then step number 2, same thing as before. Part number 14 on the left hand side of board number 3, a little bit below, halfway on the sheet, and 2 parts number 15. So other sets are, we got those 215 out, then there's 215 a little bit to the left of the center line on the bottom here. Gonna need to wax them also. And they're gonna go on part number 14, which I'm gonna wax because last time it was very hard to insert it from the bottom. Bottom is gonna be dot on the left. And then 2/15 all the way to the surface of the gear. And I did insert it incorrectly, or did correctly, no, incorrectly. Talking about it, but doing it wrong. Although the picture shows different scenario there. So I'll blame it on the picture. I'm not sure if it matters much, as this is the first time I'm assembling the gear. And then they have 2 different pictures We'll see. Let's see if there's going to be locking mechanism coming in onto the gear. Yes, and they're going to come in from the center. And the locking is going to be using part number 29. All right, so let's find part number 29. And I got a couple spares, so I can figure that out. And let's see, if we're gonna go from the center, it's not gonna go in. If we're gonna go from the left, because it's got to cut out. Okay, so these pictures showed correctly, but these little rectangles, red ones, are incorrect. Because if we're going to be inserting port number 29 from the center, we need these to be 90 degrees in my case. So let's redo them before we get further, and just keep following the, let's see if we can redo them. So it's the same thing, except the flat portion, the white portion should be in the Y direction here. So this will give us the opportunity to put port number 29 from the center rather than from the other end. And I did it right on a second step. So this is, I guess, an error in the needs to be reported to UGears. Circle it. Hopefully I don't forget. 1, 2. Put the little stars. Should use a different color. Highlighter maybe. All right. Step number 1 on the bottom left of page number 9. Same thing. Parts number 13, top left corner. 2 of them. Parts number 12. They're going to be at the center here on the bottom. Parts number 17 on the left hand side, a little below the middle. Wax every single gear tooth. Wax number 13. Both of them. All right, and then step number 2, we're going to need part number 14, bottom left. Part number 15, center, bottom. Part number 15, waxed. And dot on the left hand side from wax part number 14 a little bit, and then from the bottom we insert into that hole. And that's our B3. 1 hole, 2 holes, 3 holes, very easy. And then B4 is going to be 4 holes. And B5 probably 5 holes. I don't know if we get to B6. We don't get to B6. It's only 5 gears. All right, number 13, top left. Number 15 also, so it's the same thing. You got top left, couple pieces here. Part number 14, bottom left. Part number 18, bottom left. And part number 12, center on the bottom. All right. We know the drill, we know the schedule. We do wax every single tooth on the gear from both sides, because we don't know which direction it's going to go. Probably both. We're going to wax both of the all 4 of the washers. And we're going to wax part number 14 just to make it easier to come in through the gear. Part number 13 over the top. Line it up and then lock it in. You can also wax part number 12 if it doesn't go very easy, or if you cannot apply enough pressure, so just wax it, that'll be good. Part number 14 is going to go from the bottom with the little tiny dot on the left. Don't forget directionality, which is shown. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna say. Didn't pay attention because it does have an X to it, so you cannot do that way. And I thought, hey, you gotta do it that's exclamation point, because it is an exclamation point. Never mind, scratch that. I realized my mistake, and I apologize to you guys that I was incorrect. So assembled it incorrectly, straight off the start. Here's the manual. Didn't read the manual properly. So this is an X, don't do it this way, do it a green, which I did the X twice. Then I realized that I need to double check for some reason instead of paying attention to the instructions. Anyway, let's continue forward. Step number 1 on page number 10. Part number 13, top left. And here I am thinking I'm all smart, realized the mistake by UGears, which I didn't, and just being an idiot and didn't look at the instructions. Same scenario. We got parts number 15, 13, 14, part number 19 as the gear. 12 are in the center here, 15 are in the center, 13 top left, gears in the bottom left. And same thing, wax all around. God, that's gonna hunt me for the rest of this part of the assembly at least. And that's with me having that much experience. Oh well, happens. Guys, go ahead and comment on that below. I want to see how many of you are actually paying attention, and just don't say anything, just comment. Just say, I know what you did on page 9. I guess it's the end of the day and I'm a little bit, because I'm looking at the page here. 10, between 9 and 10, I mean 8 and 10 is page 9, but I had to look what it is. It is the end of the day. A little exhausted, a little tired. I guess I'm ready for that Christmas party that I'm gonna have today. Alrighty, let's see. So I'm doing it a little bit before the Christmas party. For our employees. Alrighty, parts number 13 are added. Dot on the left. the part number 14 the correct way as it shows in the manual, without need to double check with part number 29. And that's our B5. So I'm not going through the steps because they're the same. We're just repeating. If you guys are just looking how to assemble this little part, just go one step before we talk through it the correct way. Alrighty, so that's step number 1 on the top right. We're gonna need to take our A1 or A, I think it's subassembly A, turn it upside down where there is surface is not painted, and we need 3 parts number 20. They're gonna be on the bottom, a little below the middle, at the center. We're gonna have 2 on the bottom right here, close to the edge. And I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on them and the little tabs. On all 3, and let's see what holes they're gonna go. All right, so exclamation point is just showing that we are on the surface that is not painted from the other side. It's gonna go in this little diagonal that goes to the top left, bottom right. So that's gonna be the first one that I'm gonna insert it into. Second hole is gonna be, let's see, there's a cluster on the bottom here. It's gonna go also in the same direction. Kind of like following the circle around. A little tab here, it's still within unpainted surface because there's another one that is on a painted surface, so don't insert it there. And then the third hole is gonna be continuing the circle here on the left-hand side. Little diagonal piece, a little bit above the connection points, number 8, I guess. Part number 8 on the left-hand side, still unpainted surface. Next step, number 2, we're gonna need to do B1 all around, B1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see, they all are indicated with a little hole. Part number 14 is gonna go towards the top, and the part of it's gonna go into that little half round at the bottom. 3. So there's only one way you can, well, I mean, you can insert it another way, but one recommended way. All right, all 5 are there. Step number 3, we're gonna need part number 21, which is in the little below the middle on the right hand side of board number 3. We're gonna take our little wax and wax it all around every single gear tooth, and we're gonna also need to wax inside of these little cutouts. Go all around. Almost there. It's a large gear. All right, and let's see, inside of these little cutouts, you can do it on both sides. That's why you probably need extra of the wax. All right, and that's gonna go from the top, and we're gonna line it up. There are marks on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna line them up with the little lines on the gears. All right, so all these marks, got 1, 2, 3. These are two closer. They're on top right. And then these guys, everything is lining up, and little tabs, number 20s that we inserted, are within these opening of part number 21. So I'm gonna take a pause, and we'll see you guys after this. Okay, so we're on page number 11. That's where we stopped. We finished this one, adjustments, and now we need to install part number 22, which is located on board number 3. So that one fell out a little bit earlier. We need to take out this little centerpiece from here with parts number 29. Let me make sure that we are recording, everything's good. And we need to install that part over the assembly that we just created. So let's turn it upside down. So these round off pieces, arches, should be going in the clockwise direction, and then we install it over these gears that we just put together. Let's see. It's a large model, so a little bit harder to it's gonna sit on the 3 parts number 20, if I remember correctly from yesterday. So alrighty, now all these should be at the ends, like shown on picture B in the middle of the top page of the instructions on page number 11, and we flip it upside down, and all these should be at the ends. 1, 2, 3, 4. So everything looks correct. Gonna put it aside for a second. Step number 1 on the bottom of the page on the left side. We need to do 5 of part number C1. So we need parts number 25. They're all on board number 3, 24, and 23. All right, so parts number 23 are on the left hand side. We need 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Parts number 25 are on the bottom right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And parts number 24 are scattered. We got bottom left are 2, using my helping tool. Then there's 1 on the top left, a little bit above the middle. 1 right at the center, probably a little bit slightly above the middle. And 1 on the bottom right, slightly below the middle. All right, and now we need to, part number 25, we need to sand and wax these 2 surfaces, the top surfaces, the ones that are above the teeth. So we don't need to sand it much. There's like 3 connection points on there. So we just need to remove these connection points and make the surface a little smoother, so you don't need to run until it's nice and wide. Just give it a little bit, couple runs, just to get those smoothed out. And then we need to put wax on these surfaces, and we need to put wax on the gears. So that's our step number one, wax first, and now we need to put it into the part. So let's see, part number 24 is going to go into this larger opening, and we need to go through when the all brown is facing towards you and like L shape to the right. This is going to go from the top into that little rectangular opening. Let's see. Probably a little bit of a wax on these tabs will give it a much better fit. Let's see, wax on, wax off. The longer tab is on the right hand side here. Sorry, away. So the teeth should be facing down when this L shape is to the right. All right, that's number one, and we need to repeat these steps 5 times. So 4 more. Same thing. Trick is getting it nice and even. Let's see if a little bit of a wax would help. L shape to the right from the top. Yep, slightly. A little wax on the tab. And now we need to put the little teeth in. Also wax the tabs from the top. And the last one. All right, this one's done. Let's move that, clean up the desk a little bit with all the wax. All right, now we going back to our larger assembly B, and we're gonna turn it upside down with the gears facing you, and these gonna need to be inserted. The first one we need part number 26. That's also on board number 3, on the middle on the right hand side. There's just one, and this one's gonna go, let's see, there's 5 gears on here. So first one is a little bit offset, so we're gonna start with the second one, which is the first one in this little cluster. And we're going to need to take one of the C1s with the teeth facing down. It's going to go through part number 26, not the tabs, but the little opening. I'm going to wax the tabs just to get it easier into the part. And let's see, that's going to go in like this. All the way to that flat portion. Then we're going to put it over the gear and put it into the part B. two tabs that are to the holes that are closest to the, need to brace it from the bottom and make sure it sits all the way nice and flat. And this little part is within the opening. I mean within that little part number 5 that it sticks out. So that's 26 is in. Now we need part number 27, which is going to be on board number 3, a little below the middle on the right hand side. And then with the 27, we're going to insert it into the next set of double holes here on the left. Right here, almost at the end of the subassembly C1. Once again, make sure it's nice and flat to the surface. All right, moving on to the page number 12. And we repeat almost the same thing with the extension, the one that is on the outside, the little bottom left gear. And the other 4 looks like it too, so it's steps 3, 4, and 5. And we're gonna need all of them to be facing, all these L's facing the clockwise direction towards the outside, and we lock in with 27 and 28 instead of 26 and 28. So 27, say similar steps. We just put these on the outside. Make sure the teeth are within this, or get close to this opening right here. And then this is going to be 27 and 28 to lock those in. So 27 and 28, they're all on board number 3 in the top right or middle on the right hand side. And then 2 28s on the left. So we need 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 27th and 4 of the 28th, a little bit above the middle on the right and left. 2 and 2. All right, and it looks like now there's still part number 45 on that board, so we're gonna still keep the board. I'm gonna wax all of the tabs. Once again, the wax makes it easier to just grab the new piece. It's gonna make it easier, a little bit easier to insert them. All right, and we start with the first one, so 27 is going to be the closest tab. I started with the wrong one. So 27 is further. 28 is going to be closer. So this was 27. 28 is going to be the one that's closer to the gear itself. A little hard to put those in. And then 27 is going to be the first set when the opening starts. So the first set of 2 holes, that's where port number 27 goes into. It does make it easier when you put a little bit of a wax on it. So make sure this little tab sits in the slot, and the opening, the up round opening, is sitting with the part number 5. All right, so we need to repeat that 3 more times. on the other 3 gears. You can adjust it a little bit after the assembly. If it falls off the trucks. It is a little hard for me, at least, to put it in, just probably because of the tolerances. So I kind of have to work these in a little bit. And I don't want to set it and brace it against the surface because there's a bunch of pieces on here and it's a high risk of cracking it. So that's why I'm doing bracing it against my hand. And put it back into the tracks once you install parts number 27 and 28. Once again, 28 is closer to the gear, and then 28 is the further one where the opening starts. A little rectangular long opening. All right, making sure that everything is nice and flush. Adjust the little tab. And we're done with the step number 5.2. That's going to be right here with the assembly, so everything is the way it looks on the picture. I'm going to turn it around, and now we lock these guys up with part number 29 from inside of the center line. So I have one of the 29s out. I will put a little bit of wax on this, and I'm going to start with the top right, and it just smoothly goes in, and we need 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's see if we need a little bit more wax on there. Yeah, not really. All right, so it should slide right in. Make sure it doesn't pop up, so it has to be right underneath, like where the small cutouts are at, onto that part number 4, was it? Don't remember the part number. 14. 14. So right onto the 14 and slide it all the way so there's no gap. This one didn't go in very well. There we go. All right, and that's our step number 7 complete. Moving on to page number 13. I'm going to put that aside for now. Need step number 1 in the top left of page number 13. We need parts number 31, 32, 30, 31, 32, and 32. 2 of the 32s. That's on board number 5. And they're going to be at the top left. 2 number 32s. Part number 30 is also right next to it, top left. Part number 31 is going to be, let's see, where's 31? Top right, the little part here. All right, so as before, every single gear tooth needs to be waxed. And part number 32 washers, also round pieces, they also need to be waxed all around. And let's see, 32 is going to go right through the port number 30, and we lock it up on both sides with port number, sorry, 31 going to go through 30, and we lock it up on both sides with port number 32. Flush with the gear. The 31 sticks out a little bit on both sides. That's our C2. Step number 1 in the middle of page number 13 at the top. Part number 33, top right corner. Part number 30, top left corner. And part number 32, we have, let's see, a little bit below the middle on the right-hand side here. There's quite a few of them. Part number 32 obviously needs to be waxed. And then part number 30, make sure there's no extra material in between the gear teeth, and then we wax all the teeth front and back. All right, and then part number 32, it's symmetrical, so from one end we're going to insert part number 30 and lock it up with part number 32. That's our C3. And then step number 1 on the right hand side at the top of the page, we need parts number 34 and 35. They're top, a little bit to the right of the center line. 34, and then 35 is right below it. Sure, this little tab needs to be waxed, so we might as well just wax it right now a little bit. And it is fragile, so 35 is going to be up front. 30 C3, it's going to go in a hole in the middle, and then C2 is going to go in a hole that is on the left hand side, and we're going to lock it up with part number 34 and make sure this little tab that is sticking out in between the two circles, it's in the same spot or at the top, a little offset from the part number 35, just like this. And keep it on the side right now. Step number 2, bottom left. Need part number 36, 2 of them, top right. And then part number 30, that's going to be on to the left of the center line at the top left. And part number 32, little cluster below the middle on the right hand side. Take one out. So 32 is going to need to be waxed, obviously. And then 30 is going to need to be waxed. That's our gear, all the teeth. And let's see, so we're going to insert part number 36 with the tab up. It's going to go through the top hole on the part number, on the C3. Then we're going to need to put the gears on, and then the part number 32. And then we're going to need 36 with the tab up. So just like this. And then take our sub-assembly, we're going to turn it upside down so the gears are facing up, and it's going to go on the left hand side right here into these openings. Let's see, start with this little hole. I don't know if you guys can see it. So there's like a little cross or a T on the left hand side opening, so that's where the gear is going to go, the first two. And the second gear is going to go into, looks like into the opening here. So parts, actually, the parts number 36 is going to go into the opening here. Two of them is going to stick out. So one is almost at the end. The other one, you need to move it closer to the gear, just like this. So I'm going to wax all these little tabs, just because with the previous experience that it's already coming in a little bit tough. And you don't need much, you just need a little bit. So all this sub-assembly cluster is going to go into the corresponding holes. You need to lift up the little part and adjust if it falls out. goes into all the holes. And sits nice and flat against the surface. On both sides, all 4 parts. Then flip it upside down. And we're gonna need part number 37 to lock it up with this little tab that is sticking out, and it's gonna go from this side, from the top, from the fork. Part number 37 is gonna be on the board number 5. And let's see what it's gonna be. No, it's not gonna be on board number 5. It's gonna be on board number 4. And board number 4, there's this, I found a spare, bottom left. Where's the actual part? Didn't we didn't take it out from one of the clusters? Well, I guess I'm gonna use the spare. Oh, I see them. Never mind. There's a huge cluster of this, part number 37. Top right corner here, or a little bit above the middle. Put a little bit of wax on this little tab. And as I mentioned, it's gonna go from the, in my case, from the top surface. No, needs to go from here, from me, towards the top. And then we'll lock this in place. If you can't insert it, you can use the helping tool just to push it in. And so from this direction all the way in until it's flush. Moving on to the page number 14. I'm gonna put that little sub-assembly on the side right now. Springs, compression spring. Let's see, just one for now. There are 2. This is right here. We had 2 of them. We need part number 38 and 39. They're on board number 5, top left, right here. We're gonna need 2 wax. So there's a longer fork on part number 38. Kind of need 2 wax on the inside. I'm gonna wax the part number 38 on the other side too, the other fork, and fork number 30 and part number 39 needs to be waxed. And then we insert 38 with the longer fork into port number 39. Until they click. So they need to go all the way. Right through longer fork, looks like, yeah. Here we go, until it snaps. So this little fork of part number 39 on the same level as these slope down little chamfers. Next, we're gonna insert the spring over part number 38. That we already, and we need to wax the spring a little bit too. I guess on the inside. I'm gonna wax it here too, this little part. And we're gonna need to lock it up with part number 40. 40 is going to be top left of board number 5. So same thing, wax the fork. I'm going to wax the tab too since I'm there. I'm going to wax the tab on part number 39, which I didn't do. And I'm going to wax it all around because we're going to need to insert part number 41 on there. So to lock the So wax all, wax all around. So 42 luck over part number, and then push it in until it clicks. So it's flush right here, a little step. And the next step number 2, also we need part number 41, which is going to be on the bottom, is it? Top left. There are 3 of them, so just need 1 for now. Wax it all around. And then that's going to go at the longer end all the way to the step. Nice and flush. We're step number 3. We need part number, another 32, sorry, 41 top left. 32 is going to be, let's see, where's 32? On a little below the middle on the left hand side. Part number 43 is going to be top left. And then part number 42, that's going to be right at the little bit to the left of the center line at the bottom here. That's going to go on the longer end. And then part number 44, that's top left. That's the one with the opening. And here we need to wax 42. I'm going to wax these little tabs on part number 44. Part number 43, I'm going to wax the tabs. Part number 41, wax on the outside. And part number 32 on the outside. All right, so from the short end, we're going to need 41 until the step. Then 32 all the way, and then 43 is going to go over it. And then I'm going to put it on the side for now. 42 is from the other end. It's going to go all the way to 41. And sit on that little tab, and then 44 is going to go over it. So 43 and 44, just like this. And then we're going to go take our sub-assembly. We're going to need part 45. That's going to be, let's see, that's on board number 1. That's the last piece right at the center here on the bottom. There's a spare 109, so don't throw that board out just yet. Put it aside. We're going to need to wax all the teeth of part number 45. And then 45 is going to go in between these 2 parts that are sticking out with the round surface. And then we're going to push our little sub-assembly through with the longer end. Vertical, horizontal, doesn't matter, I guess, at this point of time. And we do not lock it just yet. Let's see. Yes, we don't push it in just yet. We just align with the holes here, corresponding holes. So excuse me, I would wax the, because it's going to be rotating in between the 2 parts. Excuse me, I'll wax the gear a little bit too. Let's see, we need a little bit more. How far does it need to go? Practice. So it needs to go over to the step. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna take that little piece out because I can put it in a little bit later. It's gonna go through, it sticks out here a little bit. Then we push and line up the part number 44 first, push it in slightly into the assembly. unlock it just yet. And then with the circular opening towards the top, align part number 43 with the hole, same thing, just push them slightly. Don't lock it in just yet. And then step number 6, we're gonna take part number 32, which is a little below the middle on the left hand side, wax it all around. Insert it over to lock that extension part number 39 in. Make sure it goes inside the hole. And now we can lock the system in on both ends. So everything is nice and flush. And that's our little system here. Okay. Moving on to page number 15. And step number 7, we need to install parts number 20 and 46. Let's see, I didn't miss anything. Doesn't look like I did, so we're all good. Parts number 20, 2 of them. They're gonna be on board number 5 at the top, left, right, and left. And part number 46 is at the center, a little bit above the middle here. So I'm gonna wax the little pieces, little tabs, just for ease of insertion. And they're gonna go, part number 46, gonna go to the, right next to that little sub-assembly that we just inserted in the closest hole. And it needs just to, oh no, it's the second hole from the spring, right next to that rectangular opening that goes into this direction. And then part number 20 is going to be on the opposite end of that opening into the other rectangular hole. And then the second 20 is going to go right next to the gear here, right at the, almost at the center. And that's our C4. I'm gonna put it aside for now. Clean up the surface here, and let's see, we are on step number 1 on the bottom left of page number 15. Need parts number 49. They're all on board number 5 here. Gonna be right next at around the center line at the top. 2 49s. 48 is going to be on the right hand side. Gonna need the second one too, so I'm gonna take both of them out, put one on the side right now. And then part number 47, that's a larger gear, is gonna be to the left of the center line, above the middle. Let's wax the gear. And we're gonna need to wax the parts number 49. All right, so 48 is gonna go right in the middle, and then we lock it in with part number 49 on both ends. I apologize for talking through my nose. I'm downstairs in the basement, a little bit dry down here. So, and we're in a winter month, almost Christmas time. Alrighty, let's see. So that's our D1. Next step is number 2. We need to make a D2. So also 2 parts number 49. They're gonna be, let's see, one is to the right of the center line at the top, and one is almost at the edge, or at the edge. part number 48, that's the one that we took out a little bit earlier. Part number 50 is going to be in the top right. That's the gear. Wax the gears, gear teeth, wax part number 49. And the other 49. And similar thing as in the D1. Gonna insert the part number 48 first, and then lock it up with part number 49 on both ends. And the openings are little rectangles, so you insert it with the longer side in the cross section. So there's a slit through the tab, so the slit gonna go this way, and that's your longer side of the gear, or of the part number 49. That's our D3. And step number 3, we need 2 more of the 49s. They're on the right hand side at the edge here. There's two of them right next to each other. Part number 51, that's going to be top right. And let's see, part number 53. So there's 52 and 53. 52 is the top left, and 53 is the top right, a little bit above the middle here on the right hand side. And as before, we wax parts number 49 all around. We wax our gears. .53 is going to go on the bottom. And 52 going to go on the top of part number 51. So they're all going to go. There's a stopper in the middle, so it should go only that far. There's going to be a little bit of spacing in between. And that's our D3. Moving on to the page number 16, bring our larger sub-assembly in, and these guys gonna go, let's see, with the larger gear towards the top, D3. It's gonna go into the first hole that is right next to the spring. And the spring's gonna be in between the gears. D2 is going to go into the second hole interlocking with the bottom gear, and then D1 is going to go into this hole interlocking the center gear and the D2. That's our exclamation point, just to make sure that the larger gear, which is 52, is going to be at the top, and smaller gears on the bottom. And then step number 2 on the right hand side, we need parts number 54 and 55. They're in the top right corner of board number 5. 54 is that weird shape one, and then 55 is just a straight. And so 55 is going to go with the hole away from you and to the left. It's going to go over on these 2 tabs that are sticking out, and also this part that we just installed, locking that top gear in just like this. And then 54 with this hole on the extension leg, it's going to be towards you to the left. That's going to go over. Oh, sorry, I gotta lift this one up. So it's gonna go over first. We should have installed that one first. So I'm gonna slide it in. Just gonna go over the gear. Need to wiggle it in a little bit to bring it down. Then I can lock the other side. That's how much attention I'm paying. And we slide it on parts number 20 and this little extension here, so locks all the gears into place. So 54 needs to go in first, and then 55 is the second, and that's our subassembly D. Now I'm gonna move it on the side for now. We're on page number 17, step number 1 at the top. We need parts number 57, 56, 57, 58, and 59. So let's see, they're all in the middle of the board number 5 here at the top. So 50, let's see, 57 is a little bit to the left and below the middle on board number 5. 56 is right next to it. 58 is going to be a little bit above the middle on the left hand side, and then 59 is going to be right at the middle on the left hand side. So as always with the washers, part number 59 needs to be waxed, and 58 needs to be waxed all around. Kind of like, looks like a gear. So 57, 56 goes into 56 until it snaps. 58 is going to go over that little X that is at the end, and then 59 is going to go on the other end and lock all the way to port number 58. So we need to push it all the way down, flush with port 58, just like this. Next, step number 2, we need part number 60, which is to the left of the center line, a little bit above the middle. We need part number 61, which is going to be a little below the middle on the right hand side, and then another 59 on the left hand side below the middle. Obviously 59, so all these parts in our case need to be waxed. 61, 59, 61, and 60. All right, with the ring or little dot towards the top, which I'm not sure. Okay, so if you do 56 is going to be, that's the longer one. That's going to be in a horizontal location, so dot should be towards the top. Guess it wouldn't matter because it's going to be rotational. Not sure why do we have that for now, but anyway, now 61, we're going to lock it with the 61 all the way in, and then 59 is going to go at the end, locking it in. And next, part number 62, 63, that's step number 3. 62 is going to be top left. And 63 is going to be a little below the middle on the left hand side. 63 needs to be waxed all around that, a little around. And this is going to go, 62 is going to go from the back, from the side of part number 58 into the hole with the longer tab in, all the way to the T. And then 63 is going to be with the longer side down. It's going to go towards the center over the part number 62. Next, step number 4, we need parts number 64 to put the other 3 openings. Parts number 64 is going to be right below the middle on the left and right hand side, so we need 3 of them. 2 is going to be below on the left hand side, below the middle, and then I'm going to use 1 that is right above the middle on the right hand side. And these are going to go into the 3 corresponding holes, just the way it's shown on the picture. Now we need 4 gears number 65. There are 2 on the right hand side, a little bit above the middle, and 2 on the left hand side, a little bit below the middle. Obviously we're going to need to wax all of them. It is taking a while, that assembly, but I like it. So far so good. Not that much repetition, so it's pretty cool. fun. All right, my gear, and I would wax these little tabs too, because the gear's gonna be spinning on them, and we're gonna insert all 4 of them, interlocking with this center gear there, number 61, that is in the middle. So I just need to adjust them slightly. And step number 5, now with our little hole that is at the top right here, that's where the tab number 63 is at. And that's gonna go into part number 66, which is on board number 6 now. Top right corner here, part number 275 is inside of it, so we need to make sure we take that out too. Push it carefully out. I'm gonna put it on the side here, not to lose it. Let's see, there's 2 tabs. They're gonna go towards the top, and that's where the little dot there on our sub-assembly also is gonna go towards the top. I'm gonna go like this, matching the gears. And now we need to lock it with part number 67, which is on board number 5, a little bit off the middle on the left hand side, with the dot in the same location. So these gears fall off. Now we need to turn it around, and part number, did I insert it right? Yeah. So there's these 2 holes are on the left, and then we turn it around, they're gonna be on the right hand side. We're gonna need part number 64. They're in the little below the middle on the right hand side there. And part number 68, which is gonna be on the left hand side, right at this middle there. Wax this little tab, and the tab's gonna go facing down. Excuse me. I'm gonna insert 64 at the top hole, and on the right, and then bottom hole on the right, the ones that are almost one on top of each other. And then this part number 68 is gonna go over with the tab facing down over these 64s, with a little tab locking on the gear 58. So it should be sitting flush, and that's our E1. Moving on to the page number 18. Check, make sure I'm still recording. Let's see, we need part number from board number 7. Let me reorganize my boards a little bit. Let's see, 4, 5, 2, 1, 3, we're done. Board number 7, bottom left. So we need parts number 69. It's a little below the middle on the left hand side. 2 ports number 70, they're going to be on the left hand side on the bottom. 2 ports number 71, they're going to be to the left of them, almost at the end there, at the edge. And then 2 72s, they're going to be on bottom left also, a little above the part number 70. So in these longer slots of part number 71, we're going to need to wax it. Part number 69 with this hole, weird shape hole, a brown hole on the right side, and then this weird shape to the left. first we're gonna do 70 from both sides. Then we're gonna do 71 with the tabs away from you on the left and right, and then we're gonna lock it up with 72 on left and right. And that's our E2. Step number 1 on the bottom, that's the division here, so that's the next one that we're gonna go to. We're gonna take sub-assembly E1. We need to wax these two little tabs. I'm gonna wax the tabs on part number 71 also. And this is gonna go with the brown hole towards the left. That's where this guy goes in, and snap it into the 4 with part number 71 into the 4 holes of the sub-assembly. So it sits nice and flush right here. And that's our E3. Now we're gonna need to insert this E3. With these 2 tabs, it's gonna wax the tabs. With the circular portion towards the outside, that's gonna go on the left hand side right here of our larger sub-assembly E, I guess, D, whatever it was. They're gonna go into these 2 outside holes. One side and then the other side. All the way in. Weird that I don't need to wax the outside of part number, just to be sure of that part number 71. Wax the outside of it just in case, and then make sure it sits all the way in. If you can get it in, use your helping tool just to give you a little bit more leverage to push it all the way in. And that's our sub-assembly E4. Moving on to page number 19. We need parts number 73, 2 of them, 74, 2 of them, and 75. So board number 5. On the right hand side, middle, a little below, I'm gonna take all 4 73s because we're gonna use it for the next one. And then on board number 4, on the bottom right, we're gonna have 74, 75, 2 74s and 2 75s. Uh, 73 I'm gonna go from one side into 74 and then lock it with a 75. Let's see with the little offset there. So this rectangular portion towards the top. And same thing on match the sides, make sure they're matching on the other side. That's our E5. And then step number 1 on the bottom here, for E6, we need the 2 73s, and then 2 76 and 2 77s. They're also bottom right of board number 4. Same scenario, so 76 is more solid from inside, 77 on the outside. Let's see which way. They will only fit one way. That's our E6. All right, and then onto our E4 on the right hand side from the opposite direction of, hold on, I inserted this from the wrong side. Great. Look at me making mistakes already. So I guess I'm gonna need to take a break. It needs to go from the opposite end. I inserted it from the gear side. I need to insert it from non-gear side. Easy fix, not a big deal. Actually, it goes in easier a little bit because of that. And these two guys, E6, that's the second one, is gonna go into the hole on the left hand side. Into corresponding holes here from the same side over the hole. And then E5 gonna go on the hole that is closest to you on the left hand side. Let's see, with that rectangle towards the center, on the right center. And that's completes our page number 19. E7. Moving on to the page number 20. Let me check the timer, make sure we're still running and recording. Can go a little bit longer today. Let's see, step number 1 on the top left, parts number 79 and 78. And so board number 5 is gonna have part number 79, and that's gonna be, is board number 5? I see 82, I see 81. 79 is gonna be at the bottom here to the right. And then from board, let's see, this is gonna be from board number 1. Part number 78, gonna be at the top, right side. So we need to wax the part number 79 from the back. That's gonna go when this little red portion is to the left and towards the top. Part number 79 is gonna go from the back into this little hole in a horizontal direction, like this, all the way in, and we're gonna need to wax the teeth on part number 78. Step number 2, we're gonna need part number 80, that's on board number 5, bottom right. Take out parts number 32 from there. Those are spare, so we can put them aside. Part number 81 is going to be top a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. And part number 82 to the right of the center line, about middle. You need to wax number 82. I'm gonna need to wax this little slot in part number 80. And then this is gonna go from the back, so let's do on the left hand side. Part number 81 is gonna go on the left hole first. Then inside, let's wax the outside of that part and then put 82 over this. And now the sub-assembly 78, 79 is gonna go in right above this, kind of going back and forth like this. And this little tab needs to be towards the front, right here, ahead of this little tab that is sticking out. Make sure the gears are interlocking. And then for the step number 3, we need parts number 83 and 84. They're also, looks like on board number 1, so 83 is going to be top right corner. Careful taking it out. And 84 is going to be bottom right corner. So also wax the teeth on 83. They're gonna go right below, and it's gonna go, we need to get these two together, two parts, number 83 and 78. Make sure you're engaging the teeth, and then 84 is gonna go over the top with this little hole going through part number 81, or 81 going through that hole. Just like this, that's our little doors. And then make sure they're closed as you install them into the front here of our ship base, from the portion from the side, non-gear side, let's call that. All the tabs should go in the corresponding holes. These guys are closed, and something, and my part number, this one is installed incorrectly, so I'm gonna need to take it out, turn it the other direction, so these little tabs are facing towards the left hand side, right? Yeah, so now it's proper. See, I also make mistakes. They're all easily fixable. Now we need to flip it and lock it up with port number 37 from inside. So there's two tabs that are sticking out right here, and with port number 37, which is on board number 4, top right here, a little above the middle, just need two. Might want to put a little bit of wax on them, just for the easier insertion. And they're gonna go from inside towards the outside, right? No, from the other side, from outside towards the inside, locking that little part in. So that one went all the way. This one I need a little bit of a pressure, and we're done. Flip it back the right way, the gears towards the bottom. Now we're gonna need to install part number 85, step number 6, 85, 86, and 87 on the left hand side. They're gonna be on board, looks like on board number 2. Top right. Careful taking it out, make sure you don't break it. Let's see, 85, 86, 87, gonna be where's 86 and 87? Looks like board number 4 possibly. No. I see. Why am I blind? Board number 1, 86 and 87, they're on the bottom here, and right and left. So whichever one you want to take out, careful taking them out. They're fragile pieces. One of the tricks to take these guys out is you can pre-cut the connection points with a knife. Alright, so this is 87. Let's see. They're going to go on the left-hand side as the fork is facing towards you, 87 to the back. So with this little hole to the bottom left, they're going to go on the left-hand side into these two openings here. Next one's going to go 86 with a thicker tab towards the front. And then the 85 is going to go with a solid piece towards the center, towards the back, on the side here. Now we need, from the cardboard elements, we need part number 1, 2, and 3. Let's do 1 and 2 first. Let's see, cardboard elements. Let's take all of these out. They all numbered 2. Let's see, 1. One is on page number M3. Number 2 is going to be on page number M1. And then 1's going to go towards the front with a little cutout here. Let's see, where's the cutout? Towards the front. It's going to go behind into the same slots where you inserted the this part number 85. And then the 2 is going to go with a little tab or stab towards the front. That's going to go behind 86 and 87. Next step, number 8. We need part number 88. It's going to be on the top left of board number 2. Once again, fragile parts, so careful removing them. Disconnecting all the connection points carefully, and then part number 89. Board number 4, top right here. Is going to go to the front. So the 89 with a hole towards the center. Going to go into the hole right here. And then part number 88 with the solid piece towards you. It's going to go into the holes right here, right at the fork. Make sure you kind of move it towards the outside or towards the center, so there's a little space for the cardboard for the next step, number 3, to insert behind it. So cardboard piece number 3 that can be found on cardboard number M4 on the bottom here, or top that's going to go with this little marks, kind of like a diagonal marks towards the center. That's going to go behind this part here. All right, and that's our subassembly F. Moving on, I'm going to put it on the left side. Moving on to the page number 22. Clean out the space. Still running, which is good. Part number 90 on board number 6. Let's see. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be a large, long piece here. With the triangle portion towards the top. Let's see. There's a writing here. Close open, so it should stay towards the up. You should see those. And then we're going to need 91, 92, 93, and 94, and 95 parts. Let's find those. Let's see, some of them are on board number 4. '91s. 91. One of the 91s are there. I'm going to put the other 91 on the side. Not to forget about it. Then we need part number 93 and 95 are also on the same board at the top right. And 92s, 94s looks like on board number 8. Number 8. Are they? Maybe not. Come back to board number 4. Yes, they're still on board number 4. A little above the middle on the left hand side, so we need 2 92s. They're right in the middle, and 2 94s, they're right above them. Little cluster here. All right, let's see, 94, 95 with a little tap towards you. It's gonna go into this highest hole on the right hand side. Then we're gonna lock it with part number 94. Going through 95 first and into the board. Next one is piece number 93. That's gonna go into, there's like a little sharp corner, 90 degrees, and the hole, the smaller hole that is right below it. Let's see with part number 93. Hard to tell which way. Is there a close-up picture? Because there is a diagonal part and a straight piece. Looks like diagonal is towards you. And then also with a 94, but now in a vertical position. No. Let's see, step. No, the other way around. So it should be a little bit step that is towards you. 95 is going to go through it in this direction and then into the hole that we already mentioned. Next, 92 is going to go right next to this little second circle from the right, first from the left, with a little tap towards the front. 92 is going to go into the perpendicular direction. Right next to that hole, circular. All the way in. Step number 2, we need parts number 97 and 96. Or number 8, my assumption. 97, top left here, to the left of the center line. 98, 97, 96, going to be to the right a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. So 96 going to go into this hole next to the other circle, with this little tab going into the opening. And 97 is going to go into the second hole to the right of that circle, also with the tab going inside, kind of like feeding into the hole. Step number 3, part number 98 and 2 99s. 99s are on the bottom here to the right of the center line. And 98 is going to be on the right hand side at the edge on the bottom here. Board number 8. So 98 is going into the hole right next to part number 96. That's perpendicular hole. And 99's going to go into these 2 diagonal holes right next to part number 97 to the right. And then one more little further right. Kind of gives you like a little outline. Then step number 4, we need a 3-part number 100. They're on board number 8. Gonna take out that whole cluster. Ooh, took out 144s. Ooh, better not to lose all these parts afterwards. All right, we need 3. Or not to forget which parts are which. Pictures will give them away, but... All right, 2, and then the third one. So these guys gonna go into the clusters of the 3 holes here, with the longer piece towards the back, towards the larger portion. So 3 sets on the right hand side. Fragile, so careful. I almost broke one. Oh, they're match the little part 93 that we installed. Little tabs, and part number 95 on 2 of them. And then the third one, same thing. It's going to go a little diagonal, parallel to that triangular side. All the way in. And from board number 5, need part number 101 and 102. 101 is on the left, a little below the middle, and 102 is at the center, a little below the middle. So 102 is going to go, let's see, in the back here into the smaller cutout. I'm going to wax this little fork. A little too much wax, need to take it out. And with the tab towards the bottom. far as it can go. And part number 102, gonna go right next to it with the cutoff towards the top. That's where we just installed these little parts. A little past the hole there. And then we lock it up with port number 103 on the same board to the left of the center line, port number 5, and with the tab towards the left side, these two guys, little cutouts. A little further. There you go. Need to make sure they're lining up. If they don't, that means it's not inserted completely. And it needs to be flush with that little outside surface. Moving on to the page number 23, step number 7, need cardboard element 4, which is going to be on M4. This little long piece, whale looking thing. And this one's going to go with a hole. You just need to clear it up a little bit. With the thicker portion towards the left bottom, we insert the hole through that little opening, wrap it around, and there's another hole here at the front, at the top. We're going to need part number 104 from board number 4. Bottom right. Gonna need to go through the slot here, wrap it up, and over this little tab. Doesn't look like I inserted it completely. Let me see. Let me take out this guy first. It looks like I can't go any further, neither one of them. No, this one has to go a little bit further. So it says parallel, and then put that piece over. It's going to go through the slot here. Ah. Come on. the hole. You're gonna need to adjust it a little bit and then lock it up with port number 104. Yeah, it should sit nice and in front over the port number 102 against 101 here. So alrighty, step number 10. That's going to be part number 105 and 5 106s. They're all on board number 5. Bottom left here, 105. And 106s are going to be right here. There's a bunch of them in the clusters, right around 101 and 102 parts. 106, 106, we need 5. And then 2 at the center. That's our step number 1 of 10.1. With the little tabs towards the outside, it's going to go in the top 5 tabs. So I think it's in and down, right? Yes. So I need to insert it with the longer tab, with the L shape towards the top, the shorter portion, and then press it down towards the center to lock it in. And I'm going to need to put a little bit of wax right where that connection point is at on both sides. Just make it easier to squeeze it in, push it in. Much easier. So you don't have to struggle. One more. Then we need 3 parts number 107. They're also on board number 5. They're at the center line, to a little bit to the right at the bottom here, and all the way at the bottom. Same thing. They're going to go from the same side with the tabs towards the outside and push them into towards the inside. And that's our F1. Moving on to the page number 24. Step number 1 is part number 108. That's the one that fell out on me with 156 inside of it, so we need to take this out. Need 2 wax on the inside of that 108. Part number, or cent, sorry, part number 109. Gonna be little clusters here on board number 5 to the left of the center line. There's 4. Part number 110 is to the right, bottom right of board number 5, and part number 1, another 108 is on the right hand side on the bottom here too. So take out 32 and 173 here, 155s, and same thing on part number 108, needs 2 wax on the inside, or cent, sorry. All right, So 109 is going to go into 108 all around. We need 5. I took out only 4. So we got one more 109 right here by port 101, bottom left of board number 5. I'm gonna sand part number 110 also, because it looks like we're gonna need to wax it a little bit later. So 110 is gonna go next. And then 108 at the other end, locking it in. Next step, we're gonna need to, part number 111 is on board number 7, top left here. That's gonna go from the back, and then from the front, we're gonna do F1. So I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on these little tabs. And we're gonna need to match the openings. Oh, we need to wax this first on the inside. It's the last of my wax. Second piece, almost. Match up all the tabs, lock it in, and it's going to be our F2. And now we need to make sure that centerpiece is rotating very easy on inside. Looks like we do need a little bit of wax on these little gears that are at the center of part number 110. And this is going to get inserted into our sub-assembly here with the F1 sticking out. It's going to go all the way in, and then we need to push it through the 2 holes. Up, and then lock it up with part number, so this locks this little piece of paper in there, and we need part number 112 on board number, let's see, 5. The 112 is going to be a little bit to the right of the center line, below middle, and that's going to go from the front locking this in first. The front, and then the second 112 is going to be, let's see, where is it? Did we take it out? No, doesn't look like it. There should be a second 112 on the bottom to the left of the center line. That's going to go from inside here, unlocking the second little tab from inside there. That one's going to be a little bit harder to get your fingers in there, but it's manageable. And once you get it lined up, push it in. Use your helping tool just to get this all the way in, to lock it in completely, and that's our F3. All right, and that's F3, page number 25, left side, step number 1. F3 will go on to part right here to the side. Let me see which way it goes. Front, snapping on all the little tabs all around onto our larger sub-assembly here. Line up all the little tabs, get them working. One by one, slowly lock these in. Work these little tabs, and one by one squeeze them, locking everything in. Work your way around. These two tabs are not matching up because this one's out a little bit. I'm stuck on these guys. These two, got it. And a little bit more. And then this in the back. There we go. Locking it all in, all around. All tabs are in, everything is in. Barely any spacing in between, so make sure you squeeze it all around, and then we lock it with part number 37. 4 of them. They're on board number 4. A little bit above the middle on the right hand side. Then we're gonna go from towards the outside on this one, and the ones that are closer to inside on the so one on the left is going to go from the inside towards the outside. The one that next to it is going to be from outside towards the inside, and these two, same thing. The one that's the second from the right from inside, and then the first one is from the outside. This one doesn't go in all the way. little bit of a wax on there, but here we go. And then this little tab, make sure it sits on the locking mechanism here. Ooh, now there's some rotation. We'll double check on that a little bit later. So that completes our F4, page 25. And I'm gonna pause right here. See you guys in a bit. All right, where are we at? We are on page number 26. Let's see, we need step number 1, need our sub-assembly. We turn it upside down, and let's see, right here, need to put parts number 132. Let's see, 132, 133, and 134. They're all, looks like, on board number 7. And somewhere in the middle, 133 is on the right hand side here, a little bit above the middle. 134, let's see, we haven't missed 131 yet, right? Somehow I have a feeling I missed something because we're on 134, but I don't see it. No, we're good. So we finished with 112, 111. Okay, so it's probably going to be going a little backwards. Yeah. All right, so let's see, 130, 133. 134 is a little bit below the middle on the left-hand side, and 132 would be on the right-hand side, right below the middle, like at the edge. This one is a fragile, so make sure you don't snap it. We need 2 wax inside, or that the long part of it, the length, and this is gonna go, let's see where we're going. Where are we installing this? It's a good question. We're installing it right here on this bottom portion. I'm holding it upside down. Our sub-assembly is right here. There's a little hole, so we're gonna put 132 right at the first set of 2, right next to that, the little diagonal. So I'm gonna put it right here. Where's my helping tool? Snap it in all the way. We're gonna put 133. We're gonna wax little teeth, and that's gonna go teeth face down, and then we're gonna lock it up with 134 on the top, just like this. And then this should go back and forth, nice and easy. All right, we can put this on the side for now. Step number 1 at the top of the page, need part number 113. That's gonna be right, a little bit to the right of the center line here, above the middle. We need part number 114, which is gonna be, let's see, 114 is gonna be to the left of the center line at the top, and then 115 is gonna be, let's see, where's 115? 115 is gonna be at almost at the center, a little bit to the left, right above the middle. So let's see, we're gonna need 2 wax 115, and I would sand this one. I have a precision filer here. There are connection points, there are no dips in there, no dimples. So I gotta wax off or sand off these little connection points, and I'm gonna wax it all around just to be on the safe side. We do need to sand, where's my sandpaper? The length of this part number 113, and we're gonna need to wax every single gear tooth on part number 114. So 114, we're gonna go through, Lock it up with 115. And step number 2, we need two 1/16 and two 1/17. 1/17s are a little bit to the right of the center line on the right hand side there, top right. And then 1/16 are two larger circles to the left of the center line above the middle at the top. Same here, I would send the connection points. And doesn't show that we need to wax it, but it's totally fine. So we're gonna put one on, and it's gonna go, let's see, perpendicular to part number 113. Separate the 1/17s and insert them with the T out. And then insert the other 1/16, same way. Locking it in. Step number 3, we need part number 118, which is at the center line, maybe a little bit to the left. Part number 32, which is to the left here. The other side is 132, and then we need another 115, which is going to be right at the center, a little above the middle. 115 we're gonna send. And we're gonna wax all of these guys. .32s, and then 118 also. Checking, making sure we're recording. And then every tooth of part number 118. Alright, so 118 is going to go from the front where the parts number 116 came in. And then we're going to lock it with the 32. And then on the back we're going to put 115 and lock it with 132 at the end. So there's like a little bit of a space here, and that's going to be our F5. Then on the bottom page 26 we have part number 121 and 120. They're going to be on the right hand side here. So 121 is a little bit above the middle, and 120 just to the right of the center line. And then part number 119 is going to be on the left, right above the center line. Same as before. 119 is going to get every single tooth waxed. All around. And then 121 is going to go into the 120 all the way in until it's flat. Then it's going to go from the back, doesn't matter from which side, into the part number 119. Step number 2, we need 122. We're still on board number 7 to the left of the center line at the top there. We're going to need to send this guy and wax it all around. That's going to go over our little sub-assembly here all the way, my assumption, as far as it can go. off of board number 6, we're gonna get part number 123. That's a little below the middle on the left hand side. So with the hole at the bottom, these 2 holes are on the, or 3 holes on the right hand side. The sub-assembly with the gear is gonna go from the back. So that part 122 is gonna sit right in the middle. And then we're gonna lock it up with part number 124 from the front, also on board number 7. And that's gonna be right at the center here, maybe a little bit to the left. Let's remove all the extra material off of here and wax it up. And that's gonna go over, locking this in from the front. Now, step number 3, we're gonna need part number 125, which is a little bit right at the center, I wanna say, and 2 126s. So I see the spare one right here, and the actual parts, there's one on the left, top left, and one all the way at the top, a little bit to the left. So 126, 125, we're gonna need to wax this little tab, which is gonna go against the part number 124. We line it up, press it in a little bit, maybe rotate it slightly, then push 126s through to lock it in place. And that's F6. All right, move on to the page number 27. We're gonna take our sub-assembly here and part F5 that we assembled with the gear towards the bottom. It's gonna go into this hole, interlocking with this guy right here. So should go nice and easy. Put it aside. That was step number 1. Step number 1 to the right of the line here at the top. We have the second spring that we had in the kit. We're gonna need parts number, we're still on board number 7. We need parts number 127 and 128. They're top right here. And then 129, a little bit below, over the middle I wanna say. I would wanna wax all this, all the forks, where the spring goes. And maybe tabs. And we need to wax the spring. And the spring's gonna go over 127. 128 is going to go from the back. And 129 is going to go from the front. Step number 2, we need parts number 41, 32, 2 41s. One is a little bit to the left of the center line at the top. The other one's almost at the top there. And then 32 is at the edge, a little bit above the middle. And then part number 130 is going to be in the top right corner here. That can be removed, a little piece here. Let's see, 132 needs to be waxed. I'm sorry, 32 needs to be waxed. And then 41 is going to go from one end as far as it can go to the first step. It's going to go from the back to the first step. And then 32 is going to go from the front here at the little one, at the little tab to lock it in. And then 130 is going to go from the back. I would wax these little portion here, just to make sure it rotates. And then step number 3, we need part number 50. This is to the left of the center line at the top here. part number 32. We need another one. Bottom, well, there's a bunch of them here. Let's see, top left. And then part number 131, also top right. So 32 needs to be waxed. Part number 50 needs to be waxed, all the teeth. It's going to go part number 50 from the back here, from behind the part number 130, and you push it all the way to the first step, and then lock it up with part number 32. And then from the front we have part number 131. We're going to turn it upside down, so the slot is on the bottom on both of the part number 130 and 131, and this is going to go into the sub-assembly right where we installed this gear. Let's see, with this little funky part number 130 towards you, it's going to go right at the center here. With this gear engaging with the spring. Make sure it sits all the way in. This one's upside down, and this is going to be engaging the spring mechanism. Eventually. And we're going to put it aside. All right, so the gear is sticking out here. That's the exclamation point. This one's all the way up. The gear is engaged with the spring mechanism. I probably need to move this a little bit higher too. Just like this. All right, move on to page number 28. And then our F6 gonna go from this side, from this side where we just installed it, with the gear engaging, I'm assuming, at the top here. So the gear is towards inside. It's gonna go locking that little mechanism in place. And we're going to need to make sure that the gear is engaging with the other gear, with the large one, on part F6. And falls into the hole at the top. This is facing down. We can move that gear a little bit forward to make sure it's nice and flush here. And step number 5, we need to cover it up with part number 135 from board number 6. 135 bottom left, board number 6. That gear is going to go into this hole right here, and all these little tabs will engage into part number 135. Alright, gear folds into place, and then the last port are these two. finished all around. Press it a little bit harder, make sure it sits nice and flush. These guys gonna stick out slightly. And that's our step 5.2. Step number 6, we're gonna cover it up with port number 136 on both sides. Those are also on board number 6, top right, and a little bit to the left of the center line here. So these gonna go onto these tabs, the diagonal tabs, left and right side, with the angles downwards. Mm-mm. One 36. Oh, okay. I'm just putting it on the wrong tab. On the left and right hand side, locking it in. That's going to be our G. Putting it right here. All right. Moving to the step number 1 on the right. That's part number 137 and 138. Let's see, 137 is probably going to be on board number 7. And we're going to need 24 of them. Oh my God. Speaking about repetition, so let's do 137, top right of part number or board number 7, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Got all these out, and then board number 2 would have 24 of the part number 138. Let's see, top right corner, most of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. A little bit above the middle on the left hand side, 14, 15. Then middle on the right hand side, 16, 17, 18, a little bit below, 19, 20, 21, 22. Did I calculate right? Yes, and then 2 of them on board number 1. Top right here, 23 and 24. There's a spare one. All right, and the way it's gonna go in, there is a tab that is slightly diagonal. That's gonna go into part number 138 with the hole closer to you. This little tab is closer to you, and that's gonna go from the right hand, from right side into it. So this little tab is gonna be a little bit diagonal going down. So now we just repeat this 24 times. And I'm not gonna put it on hold, so you guys are gonna suffer in the video together with me, because I'm probably not gonna be able to find this part during the when I'm gonna be uploading the video or putting it together. little more to go. Probably about halfway through. Two-thirds. A little more. Four. So we're down with 20. 21. 22. And let's see, make sure that we're still recording and you guys are suffering. Joking, obviously. You can skip through that part. You don't have to watch it. And the last one. All right, we're turning to page number 29. Woo! And this is going to be step number 1. We need part number 139. Top left on the board number 7. You need to assemble 2 of them, so 2, and we're going to put these little parts onto part number 39. Just all around, 12 on each part. So make sure you enter them from the right side, from the same side, sorry, not from right, doesn't matter, right, left. So just all around. And they all facing the same direction. That's number 1. We got all 12. And then for the second one, it's the same thing. Just go all around and attach the G1 that we just assembled all around. 12 pieces on the other end. Make sure you insert them completely so they're all same way all around. on the side. The second one, it's gonna go on, let's see, we're gonna take, this is gonna go onto if this is the front, onto the right side. Right, so we're putting it where the circular portion is at, not this one just yet. Let's see, so this is gonna go horizontal, slide it over, and then we need part number 140. It's also on board number 7, right at the center there at the top. Need to wax the center portion, little tab. So these little forks. And then we come in from the top. All right, let's see my part. For some reason, it's a little bit diagonal. Let me straighten it out. They look at diagonal, these little pieces turned. And then we're gonna go from the top inside the little opening there. Push it with pre-push it with your finger so it sits against the surface. I don't know if you can see it or not. And then we can use the little helping tool to make sure we get it all the way in. So line it up and push it in just like this into the opening, locking it in. Next, step number 3, we need parts number 141 and 4 parts 142. They are all on board number 8. Let's see, 141 is the top left, right here. 142's gonna be on the top right, a little bit above the middle. And we need 4 of them. And then we're gonna need 144, which are bottom right, which I already took out at some point of time, so it's an empty space right here. And then part number 143 on the left hand side, in the middle. All right, so these guys, and it's getting harder and harder to show. So first we're gonna put part number 141 in over the top, and then we're gonna lock it with part number 142 into the holes that are, yep, don't lose them. Let's see which holes it's gonna go into. Into two on a diagonal. So there's 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom, and then left and right. So those are gonna go on the left side and right side. I'm just trying to figure out which way. Oh, they're going over. Okay, so they're gonna be like diagonal over to one side. I don't know if you can see it. So one is right here, one is this way, and on the left, same thing on these 2 diagonal pieces, or 4 diagonal pieces. Kind of locking the part number 141 inside there. Trying to have it this way that you guys can see it, but it's very tough as the part getting bigger. Probably need to change the setup a little bit. Let me hook it up, and I'm gonna need light to go. You just need to make it into that little tiny hole there and push it in. Locking all 4 of them in, and then the next step, we're gonna go with part number 143 horizontally, and then locking it in. There's 2 holes at the top and 2 holes at the bottom there. And that's going to be step number 4. Moving on to the page number 30. And we need to make sure this rotates left and right. All right, now we turn around and we put the second one same way from the other side. So the only thing in my case, it's diagonal. So it's a similar thing. We're gonna put the part over. We're gonna lock it up with 140, which is at the top center of board number 7 there. We're gonna wax it. We're gonna bring it over. Gonna need to lay it down. Down and insert it into the slot, and I was able to do it with the finger, so I don't need to use the helping tool. And the same thing, we need 141, 142, and 141 is on board number 8. Then we're going to need 143, and we do the same thing on these guys. 142. And then 144. All right, let me get up so maybe you can see it better if you haven't seen it. So it's the same thing as on the other side. So we're gonna set this horizontally, set it on that little tab, and then locking it in with part number 142 diagonally. And after assembling this, you will know how to build yourself a full-scale, no, I'm just kidding, 1-to-1 scale Millennium Falcon. All right, and then the next step is part number 143. It's gonna go in the center, and then we're locking it up with 144 at the top here. So if you we're not able to see the first part, this is the second part, and I'm actually standing so I can probably see some shadow there of my head. but at least you get to see how to put this guy together. The largest problem is lining up with the hole as you don't see it. All right, that makes it this, and then this is should also rotate left and right. Rotating the mechanism below. So as you rotate it, you'll be able to see that this portion goes right and left. All right, put it on the side for now. Moving on to step number 1 on the right hand side. We need part number 145 for board number 2. It's in the bottom right here. Part number 146. Let's see, board number 7. We need part number 146 in the middle on the left hand side. 148 is going to be a little bit below the middle on the right. The other one was on the left. And then part number 147. This is, let's see, 147 was on board number 2 on the bottom here. There's a spare one just in case. We need to wax the center of that 148 T. That's going to go through circular of 146, and then it's going to go into the circular of 145. And 147 is locking the 146 and 145 together. So it's going to go through 146 into 145. And this is our little key here, G4. Moving into page number 31, and we need part number 149 on board number 7. A little above, or right in the middle, I want to say, to the left of the center line. And this is gonna go into, so we're gonna turn this around. Let's see, where's it gonna go? It's gonna go right at the center. No. So 149 is going to go into this hole diagonally. All right, so it's going to go into there's a slot. So if you're looking at the center of it, going diagonally down to the right, there is a slot, larger one, rectangular, and then there's a little small piece or opening that is diagonal, so that's where that part number 149 goes. And then G4 will go with the part number, or whatever, this little tab. It's going to go right at the center where it's on and off, right here, so you'll be able to move it on and off, a little switch. All right, so put it aside for now. Step number 1 at the top of page number 31. We have parts number 152 and 2 151s. They're on board number 7. 152 is in the middle on the right, and then 151s are in the middle on the left, both of them. And then part number 150 is going to be on board number 6, right to the right of the center line, a little bit below the middle. And let's see, 151 is going to go into these 2 holes. Doesn't matter from which side. And then 152 is going to go from the front, or from the thicker portion with the tabs down. Just like this. We need to wax these little tabs. And then part number 153, 2 of them, they're on board number 2 on the left hand side. Now with the circles onto these little tabs, which we're gonna wax. Left and right hand side. that's going to be G5. So G5 is going to go with these little tabs by this switch. Let's see. So the first, or the end of the switch, that's the first two tabs. Then line up, and then in the back, line up the parts, part number 153 on both ends. And work those in. On the right and left hand side. Oops. A little too much pressure. All the way in. You should be able to open it like this and put it back in. All right, that was our subassembly H. Moving on to the page number 32. And step number 1 is going to be part number 154. We're going to need to build 5 of these subassemblies at the top of the page. Let's see. I'm just wondering if I should take a break or keep on going. And we're at this session at about 47 minutes. So I think I'm going to keep on going for a little bit longer. All right, let's see. Board number 6 at the bottom is going to have parts number 154, and we're going to need 5 of them. No, we're going to need 10 of them. So 1, because it's 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, they're all on the bottom right. A little bit on the left. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Parts number 155. I'm going to put 5 on the side because we're doing step number 1. 155 and 156, they're going to be on board number 5. So we have pulled them before, 155s at least. So we need, for now, we need 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. They're all in the same cluster. And 156 looks like we pulled them before too. They're going to go from one side into the 2 holes that are smaller, with the taller portion on the left, and you insert it from the front. Guess it wouldn't matter in assembly, but kind of does. So make sure the taller portion is on the left. There's 2 little tiny dots. And part number 156, it was also pulled out earlier. We're going to need to insert, or I'm sorry, wax them all around. All 5 pieces. And there's a little tiny arrow on that part, and that arrow needs to go towards the right side. Once you put it over 155. So we're going to put it over 155, the arrow going to the right, and the 2 dots matching the dots on the top. So it's not just to the right, you also need to match the two dots that are on part number 154. And the next step is 157. Step number 2, part number 157 and 154. 157 are on board number 7 in the bottom there, 5 pieces. We're gonna need to wax the gears, obviously. And with the teeth facing down, there's a little arrow, and that arrow is going to need to match the arrow that we had on part number 156. So there's a lot of exclamation points. You need to make sure that everything is matching up. All right, and then as we take the part, arrows are facing down, and then it needs to match the arrow on part number 156. So this little dot's going to be facing down. And once we're done with that, we lock it up with 154 in the same direction. Onto all 5 pieces. That's going to be our H1. All 5. All right, and then let's see, we're gonna take our subassembly H. We're gonna need to rotate this as far as it can go, I guess. Are these supposed to move? We haven't verified any of these. they're gonna work. There's a lot of friction in it. I guess that's one of the reasons why we needed to wax them, but and sand them. There's gonna be, let's see, close just this way. They're all to the ends, almost. We keep them there. So let's see. For now, I rotate it so it's all rotated close as far as you can. So it closes up. So all these little tabs should be in the corners that are closer to the center. And then we're gonna install parts number H1 on the ends here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations, and we're gonna start with this one. You're gonna need to make sure it's nice and flat, and it's gonna engage with the teeth in here. The first tooth locking onto the little hole, or the little dot that is showing on there. Verify, and we're good. Moving on to the page number 33, and we install the other 4 in the same fashion. So rotate this to make sure this is horizontal. There's a dot, and that dot needs to go over the first tooth of the little gear below. And there's going to be a lot of work for me to work this mechanism in. Reminds me of one of the first models by UGears is the mechanical flower. It had very similar, had to line up mechanism, so because you were converting vertical movement into horizontal or vice versa, horizontal into vertical. And we repeat these steps total 5 times. All around. All right, and let's see. So step H2, step 1, as we rotate this, these should rotate to going up and down. So open's gonna be this way, and I'm gonna need to help it because the gears were a little stuck. So I'm gonna need to work it in a little bit. Considering I just added a little bit more of the friction to the system. Should have checked that before. Whew. Now there's a lot of friction, and I need to help myself work this in. Help a little bit, moving these out. Back and forth. Lots of friction. Now we are all the way to the ends almost, and these are rotated, as you can see, with the gears facing up now, the same way as it's shown in the picture. And they're all the way to the end, and now we need to going back and forth pretty much to lock it up until the movement is nice and easy. That's going to be a lot of play time for me. Another thing is probably I did put a little bit too much of a wax, which also creates friction. Now we're not at the end. To work this in a little bit more. And now they're all the way to the back. Now we're going to go the opposite direction. Let's see, that should move the gear, but it actually skips a little, so I still need to help. But it's going a little bit easier now. Oh, that was close. Probably gonna need to do like 4 or 5 times, going back and forth until it's nice and functional and runs almost on its own. A little bit more. All right, other direction. The ends. Let's see. All right, there's movement now. Still a little rough, but at least I got it started. And I can feel it going. 5 times. As you can see, the gears are now moving much easier. Still need a little help because there's still a ton of friction inside there, but we're at much better situation right now. Is that at the end? Let's see. So the indicator, if it's open, this little line is going to be horizontal for me. So now it's closing slowly. Just working that mechanism in. Any other indicators that it's fully in? No other indicators. So I just need to run a few more times. All the way to the ends and the other way. Still some hesitation. Little help. We need to make sure this works before we go any further, because otherwise we're gonna get everything assembled, it's not gonna work, and we're gonna be stuck coming back trying to fix this. So I see all the gears are moving without skipping, going almost all the way in. Rough, but just going. Now, as you can see, all the gears move without my help. Almost to the end. And the opposite direction. Way. Let's do 3 more times. One. All the way. Two, all the way, close it, and 3. goes in and out perfectly, back and forth. We tested it, so we're good to go. Still recording, which is great. And let's see what's our next page brings us. I may need to take a break. All right, we are on page number 34. Let's do it. So let's see, let's continue for now. Turn it upside down. We need parts off of board number 9. We need parts 159 and 158. 2 of each. 159 and 158. They're on the left side, this little half round. No, wait, this is not it. They are on the bottom here, 159 and 158. Little fragile parts, so make sure you nice and easy. Careful. And then we need, let's see, they're gonna go on the left hand side here. So one and right hand side. 159 is closer to the center line horizontal, and 158 is closer to the end. Let's see, 159 has got this little, 2 little holes. They're gonna go on the edge. And then 158 is right next to it with a hole towards the bottom. You're gonna be going over the little switch. And then we're gonna need to get a cardboard element number 5. That one is on, let's see, there's one on M2, right here. And that one's gonna go, let's see, with this cut out towards the horizontal. Go right behind those parts, 158 and 159. And same thing we're doing on the other side, right here, right next to the horizontal. 159 is first, closer to the center, horizontal center, and then 158 is the next one. And then on this side, it's part number 6. It's also on a little cardboard M2, and with the cutout towards the center, horizontal center, it's going to go behind and inside. And then we lock this sub-assembly with part number 160, which is also on board number 9, this huge arch. It's all symmetrical, so it's gonna go over these guys. There's 2 tabs on the ends here. Left and right. And then we just need to make sure that we fit these little parts in. At 4 locations, I guess. Snap them into these tabs. Right here. 1 tab here. That's the second one right here. Line it up. Snap it all the way in. 3rd one, line up. Snap it in. And then the 4th one, Need to work it in a little bit. Make sure it sits nice and flush. So we snapped it all around. This one, this one, this one, and this one. All right, and that completes page number 134. I realized that a lot of stuff that you won't be able to see, just a little bit harder with the such a large model, and I probably need to raise the camera a little bit. So I'm gonna pause here. We're back to page number 35. I raised up the camera a little bit so you guys can see a little bit clearer. Sorry for the previous, didn't realize that it's so huge that it doesn't fit in some portions, but hopefully you've seen everything up to this point. If not, email questions. Probably going to be assembling the second one in the near future just for the shows and stuff, so possibly I'll be able to help you out, and hopefully you'll see much better continuing on. All right, so we're on page number 35, step number 1 on the top left. We have parts number 73, which are on board number 5. We're gonna need all 4 eventually, so I'll take all of them out, 2 on the side, and then we're gonna need part number 161, 162, 2 of each. Those looks like board 1 probably. Let's see. So 163 is on board number 1, and let's see. We got board number 2 possibly. 162 is on here, bottom left, and 162 top right. And then 161's on the bottom here, bottom right, and right in the middle on the right hand side. So we got all 4 parts that we need for the first assembly. And let's see, this little guy, there's where there's a straight line, that one's gonna go to the left, bottom left, and then 173 is gonna go from the bottom, and then we're gonna put 162 on top with this little tab sticking out at the bottom, just like this. Push it in, and then from the bottom it has to be the same way, so just line up to make sure it's said line up, and did it the opposite way. So this little grill is going to be on the right side for me, and then the same thing for the bottom piece, 162, and that's going to be I1. I'm gonna put it on the side, and then I2 on the bottom. That's step number 1 on the bottom left. Need parts number 163, 164, 2 of each. So 164s are on board number 2, bottom left here, and then board number 1's got 163 bottom left. All right, and same thing. 163 is gonna go in first. So with this little extension towards the top and facing left. And then 164 is gonna go on top of it with the larger opening at the top right. This little guy. And same thing on the bottom, just match what we just did and insert it from the bottom into 73. And that's our I2. We're gonna come back to our larger sub-assembly, and then I2 is gonna go into the first hole, I1 is gonna go into the second hole from the right. So we're just gonna grab it the same way as it was. The grill is on the right front, and we're just gonna measure the holes, and and insert it from the top, and same thing with I2 with that larger rectangular opening, top right. Just line up over the holes and insert it. Alright, so next step number 2, we're gonna need part number 88, which is on board number 2. To the right of the center line here in the bottom. Careful on these. You don't want to snap these accidentally. There are no spares included. And this is gonna go into, let's see, right by the fork here with the larger opening towards the center. And then part number, or cardboard piece number 7. Let's see, where's number 7? Number 7, I see 8. Number 7 is going to be on cardboard number M4 in one of the corners there. And this is going to go right behind with this little rectangular towards the right side, in my case, towards the front of the Falcon. And I just bring it close to the part, squeeze it to the part, and kind of push it with my finger into the opening. The opening is large enough to fit both the plate, part number 88, and piece number 7. And then we're gonna need part number 89. That one's gonna be, let's see, that's on board number 4, looks like it. Just need to find the board, number 4. And it's a top right corner. It's much harder for me to check now if we're still recording, still running. I'm probably gonna be checking less often because I gotta get on my chair to see it. It's that high. All right, so with 89, with the hole towards the center, match up this guy on the other side. That's gonna go out front. And that's our I3. Moving on to the page number 36. Gonna need to do the side here now. We're gonna need step number 1. Need part number 85, 86, and 87. Let's see, that's gonna be board number 1. Bottom right here, center and right, that's 86 and 87 are there. Let's see, board number 1, spare, 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 spare. Board number 1 is done. We're gonna put it on the side. And then part number 85, that looks like board number 2. That's bottom right. And looks like board number 2 is done also. This is spare. I'm not sure if the 2/17s, one is spare and one is not. So I'm just gonna keep it on the side. Once again, I don't throw anything out until we're done completely with the assembly, just to make sure that we accidentally don't get rid of something. All right, so with the part number 85 with this little cutout, it's gonna go towards the front, and it's gonna go right onto the fork here. And you wanna push that parts towards the outside just to make sure that you can put the cardboard piece right behind it. And then we're gonna have 86, that's the one without the hole. I'm talking about the round hole. There's one. And then 87 afterwards with the hole towards the bottom, towards the center line there. And now we need pieces number 9 and 8, cardboard pieces. So cardboard piece number 9 is on M3. And piece number 8 is going to be on M1. Let's see, with this little tab or stab towards the front. And here, part number 9 will be, let's see, there's a little cutout here, little cutout on one of the sides. That cutout should be towards the top, left. In my case, left. So as far as you can go, towards the center. All right, and that's our I4. I'm gonna put it aside for a split second, and we're gonna need step number 1 on the bottom middle of page number 36. We're gonna need 165, which is on board number 10. That's that larger piece in the top right. Parts number 91, 93, 92, and 94. Let's see. Board number 4. We would have 94s. We're gonna need 2 of those 94s. They're in the cluster here. '92s are right below them. Got those. The 93 is the top right corner. 95 is the top right corner. And I can take this little cluster with 37 out. There's a spare one. The board is done, so we can put it aside, just away. Let's see, we still need 91. Let's see which, that's board number 1 maybe? No. Or would be 91 on board number 4. Yeah, we took it out earlier, so there it is. All right, so let's flip this so the curvature is towards, well, this curve is away from you to the right, and then 2 circles are closer to you on the left-hand side. 92 is going to go right next to the circle that is in the middle, and 91, and it goes with 92s. 92s got round off tops. So 1 and 2. So 93. Same thing is on the other side. That's going to go with the straight portion with a little step towards you. That's going to go in the hole right here in the corner, and that's going to get locked with 94. 94's got like a little chamfers on the top. And then part number 95 with a little pimple towards you. It's gonna go up front in the second hole, looks like second or first hole from on the top there, from left. Dimple towards you. 94P is gonna go in perpendicular direction from that pimple, dimple, whatever, and then in the second hole. And then step number 2, we're gonna need 3 parts number 100. We already had them out, so just need to separate them carefully. And they're gonna go into the 3 holes, 3 sets of holes that are on the left hand side here. So 2 are going from part number 95 to 93. Then one's gonna go on the edge here. From 95 to 91. Moving on to page number 37, and this is going to cover the right hand side of our assembly. So we just need to match all these little tabs. Squeeze them together, line up all the tabs. And go from one edge towards the other one. And as you're lining them up, you should be able to squeeze them in completely until they're flush here at the top. And just carefully go all around, squeezing it in. Just trying to get a leverage to get this guy. There you go. Got it in. These 2 tabs. Once you line them up, you shouldn't have an issue of squeezing these 2 together. And looks like I'm missing a part here. Where'd it go? It fell off. Wow. Easily fixable. and once we squeeze it all around, it should sit nice and tight. Make sure everything is good. No spacing. Squeeze it a little harder if you need to. And we're done with this portion, and we need two parts number 37, which we already pulled out, the little cluster. So same thing as with the fork part on the left here. We're gonna do one from the front, one from the back. Put a little bit of wax on there. That's a step number 4. So the one that is on the right hand side, that's going to go from the front. And then the one on the closer to the center, that's going to go from the back. And I'm going to use the helping tool just to get it all the way in. Now we're going to switch it upside down, and then part number 166 and step number 1 on the right hand side at the top. Part 166 is going to be on board number 7. They're a little bit to the left of the center line in the middle here, with this little tab going towards inside. Where are we at? These two little tabs. Probably gonna need to move it up. Here we go. I was a little bit confused because it was down. So we need to put these little tabs towards the inside of the ship. I would put a little bit of wax on these guys and insert it from left and right with the little tab on the bottom. That's by the hole that you're inserting, and towards the inside of the ship. Step number 2, we're going to need parts number 167, 2 of them. 167 also on board number 7 in the middle. That was 168. Put it aside. To the right, wax. Let's see what we need to wax on there. We need to wax the length of it, the actual pin. And these gonna go on the tabs right here at this opening. So on the left and right hand side. Make sure it's movable on those tabs, left and right. Next step, there's no next step, I guess, at this point of time. So both of those are straight. Push those further, I guess. I don't know. Not really getting that third picture. Just make sure that these are straight up, I guess. Next step is parts number 168 that I just got pulled out, and these gonna go into the 2 hole further down at that opening. I'm gonna brace it from the bottom there and insert them in the 2 holes in the X direction in my case. Step number 2, we're gonna need part number 169, also on board number 7. One is at the center here, it's a little bit to the left maybe, and one is in the middle on the left hand side. So these I'm gonna wax on inside the fork slightly. and they need to go inside of part number 168 into the other two holes that are perpendicular, just to lock it in. One on the left and one on the right. Line up the holes, push them down. Should go right in. All right, and we're done with page number 37. Moving on to the page number 38. Part number 136, two of them, and 170. 170 is going to be on board number 7, a little below the middle on the right hand side. And 136, they're on board number 10. Top left. Uh, 136 is going to go with the center hole, the one that is on the smaller right in the center of the part with the pointy towards you. One's going to go on the left, the straight piece is on the top, the angled piece is on the bottom. Let me see, maybe the circular portions should be towards the outside. This one doesn't have it, so I'm just going to keep it on the other one. It does have two of them with the little dots. This one doesn't have it. That's weird. Okay. And this is going to go over this sub-assembly. Where is it going to go onto? With these outside holes, going to go onto these diagonal ones. So you need just to bring it in over all these parts, straighten these out. Going to be harder access to them, and snap it onto the outside. 1 and 2. Next step, number 4. Let's see. Need to lay it out straight because it's because of the bend you don't see it as much. We need part number 171. That's going to be on board number 10, top left here, and then board number 7. Parts number 172 on a little bit below the middle on the right hand side. And parts number 32 are within one of the circles that we took out from board number 5. So 32 is going to need to be waxed on the outside. And let's see, on this door hatch, 172 is going to go on the tabs that are in the middle. From left and right hand side. 32 is going to go on the tabs that are shortest up front here. Left and right. And then 173, which are also in that little small circle that we took out earlier. They're going to go from the bottom onto 172s. At the end there, so they don't go too far. And then in step number 6, gonna need to insert this door into that opening. Let me see. Spreading this out slightly, and these tabs gonna go over on these parts that are sticking out here. So gotta spread these up a little bit to get this part in. Careful, don't break it off. That's our step 1, and then step 2, pressing these two together, kind of giving it a little bit of a motion. Then we need to turn it upside down for some reason. Oh, and then as we rotate this, that should go up. Now as it goes up or down, I guess, and gets stuck, we need to get, ooh, I see. Got it. Lift it up a little bit. So these parts 172, they're gonna go onto these little rods that are sticking out right at the center there, so they need to be inserted. Kind of line them up. I don't know if makes sense or not. Let me go from the other side, holding it up. Line up these rods. And they need to go inside those parts 173. Ah, God. It's a lot of wiggling. Not the most comfortable position. I got one in. No, need to get them both at the same time. Otherwise, getting into the hole is a little troublesome. One side, the other side. All right, got both sides. Now we need to lower it up. Make sure these guys get inside there. These are like little pistons. That's why we needed them to be, here we go. Yay. They line up now. Now I can lift it up and close it a little bit. Now I spread these guys apart a little bit. And that's step number 2 on page number 39. And snap it in and bring it back in. That's step number 3. So once again, these little pins that we installed earlier, they need to go inside 173s, right? So into there, so to get it attached together. Now that we rotate this, this is gonna close, and if we rotate it the opposite direction, this is gonna open this little hatch. Make sure everything's operational, and that's our J. All right, put it aside. We're on page number 39. Bottom, step number 1, checking, getting on my chair to check, make sure we're still recording. We're all good. Shouldn't have any issues, but I've been anxious lately just because I've been running out of room, and then errors and stuff like that. All right, we need part number 174 on board number 7. It's a little to the right of the center line on the bottom here. We need right around the circle, needs to send it. Both sides. Part number 175. Looks like those are on board number 5. And there we need 4 of them, so they're on the bottom cluster here, a bunch of them. So 4 for now, 1 to the right of the center line, to the right on the center line, another one on the right of the center line, and 1 to the left. There's the spares, some spare 2. All right, and these gonna go into the 3 holes, kind of like a L shape, backwards L, with the little T up and down. And then one from the back's gonna go into front or rear. Does not. It's gonna go into the 4th hole that is right here on the bottom. So right to the left, if you look from the back, it's to the left of this circular hole. That's where it's at. Next step number 2, we need part 176, that's board number 7, to the left of the center line here. And we need 178, that's a little below the middle on the left, and then 177 right below it. And 118 is going to be on board number 11. Right at this, to the right of the center line at the top here. All right, so 118 and 177 is going to get a little bit wax. And all the teeth. Uh, 176, there's like a little step, thick tab, little step, and then tab. So this one's going to go from the front where the 3 175s are at, and 177 is going to go on the outside. So 177's got a larger opening there, and it's actually going to go on a thicker tab. Then we're going to go through, and 118 is going to go from the other side as far as it can go, pushing this one in, and then these should 2 freely rotate around the axis. Then we need part number 32. There's a bunch of them. I don't even know which one to take, but I have one out. Those are spares, so I'll just use one of the spares. Maybe, yeah, it doesn't matter. So this one's going to go from the part number 177 over the 77, but we're going to need to wax it. And then part number 178 on board number 7 on the bottom here with the teeth. And 179. 179 is going to be on board number 10. That's going to be inside. So 181 and then 179 is inside of 181. So just carefully pull it out. Remove extra pieces around it. And then 178, we're going to need to wax this little opening. And teeth, obviously. And that's going to go into 179. Let's see if there's any directionality. There's like a little tab looking thing, so this one's going to be to the left in my case. So we're going to insert no, you won't be able to insert it any other way. So one hole is larger, one is a little bit smaller, so it's only one way you can insert it. And this is going to go over the first little part 170. $175. So, and that should move up and down. Give it a little bit of a movement just to make sure that it's nice and easy. And move on to the page number 40. Let's see. Those are our little landing gear, looks like it. All right, so on page number 40, step number 1, we're gonna need part number 180. That's on board number 7, bottom right. And then the same thing, we need to wax one of the surfaces. That's gonna be on the inside. So if this taller tab towards the top, circle is on the left, bottom left, and we're gonna go from the back. We're gonna need to wax the surface. And this is gonna go over that sub-assembly, locking the mechanism in over parts number 175. Just need to line them up. Not as easy as I thought it would be. Let's try one more time. Just because all these parts are moving. Here we go. Snaps right in. Now our next step is 181 and 182. 181 we already know on board number 10 in the top left corner here. And 182 is going to be on board number 6 on the bottom right. So 181 with the 4 holes towards that flat surface here. I'm going to insert and push these parts in into the tabs, line them up first obviously. Let's check our mechanism. It's working. Make sure everything nice and flat. And then 182 is gonna go, and with the smaller tabs, gonna fit into 181. Step number 6, we need part number 183, which is on board number 7, bottom left here. And then part number 32, and a little bit bottom left, a little bit to the top left of 183. So 132 does need to be waxed. And 183 also needs to be waxed from both sides, that flat portion. 183 goes into this 2 top holes from the side of where the gear is at. And then 132 is gonna go over the gear, 118 I think it was. Step number 7, we're gonna need part number 184 and 185. So 184 is bottom right of board number 7, and 185 it's on the bottom left. One or the other you can pull out. We're gonna need to wax the teeth on 184. And inside I would sand the top surface. That's what it looks like it's showing. Possibly the sides too. And then we're gonna wax, I'm gonna just wax all the sides. And inside these openings. And now with the dot going towards the part number 182, that's gonna go over that little piece that we're setting up. Right in the first gear as the landing gear is up. We need to put the first gear into the gear of the that is sitting there, 118. So the first tooth should be going in there, and then we're locking it up with 185 over the top. Just like this. And then we can check our movement by just moving back and forth. Make sure it's nice and light. Let's see, and then step number 8, we're gonna install it right at the front, at the fork here. Let's see, front and center. So there's like 4 holes. It's gonna go in the 2 middle ones, obviously with the gear facing up. Oh, need to move it out a little bit, and then back, insert it there, just like this. Make sure it sits nice and flush, front and back. A nice easy movement. That's going to be our J1. And moving on to the page number 41. Page number 41. Keep on checking. Should put like a mirror so that I can look up and just make sure that it's nice and recording. All right, step number 1 on page number 41 in the top left is part number 186. That's going to be on board number 11. Top right. And then 185s, and those are on board number 5. Sorry, 175. We need 3. Bottom left here. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be, let's see, hole is towards, it doesn't matter. Well, it does. Hole towards the bottom on the right. 175 is going to go into the 3 holes that are facing you. Rectangular holes or square, whichever those are. That's our J2. Now J3 is going to be another part number 186 in the top right of board 11. And this one's going to be more 175s. They're on board number 5. Bottom left, 2. And 1 on the right hand side. Yep, there's 2, but I'm going to put 1 aside. We're probably going to need it later. And this is going to go now, the hole is bottom left. And now insert these 175s in a vertical orientation onto the 3 holes. And that's our J3. Step number 1 on the top right, part number 187 and 178. 178s are on board number 7. We need 2 of them, bottom right. And then 187 is going to be on board number 9 and 10. We got board number 10, bottom left here. Within the part 196. So and there's a cut around it. So make sure you remove that. And then board number 9. It's within 187 also. On the bottom right. So there's a thin piece that surrounds it. Make sure it's off. Nice and clean. Put a little bit of wax just to remove it completely. And 178, once again, need to wax inside this little opening and wax the teeth. And from the bottom, when this is going to be, let's see, top right, our little sub-assembly or part number 178 is going to go from the bottom there. Same thing on the other one. Well, I guess it doesn't, the painting and coloring doesn't matter. Just make sure you insert in the correct holes, otherwise it's not going to fit. All right, step number 1 on the bottom there, we need part number 188. That's on board number 11. Top left, there's 200 and 188, so we take out 188 first. Nice long piece. And then we're gonna need two 189s. And 177. Let's see, I see 189 is in the top right of board number 11, 2 of them. And 177 is going to be on board number 7. There's a cluster of 4 of them, bottom left, a little bit to the left of the center line. And let's see, as always, we need to wax the gear, all the gear teeth. Outside of 189. And the thinner portion of 188, we're gonna need to sand it up a little bit. And then I would put a wax on that too. Not a lot, just push it through. So 189 first, it needs to go all the way down past that little mark on here to the end, to the step. Then 177 all the way, and then 189 again. Step number 2, we need to put, what do I need to wax? The board, I guess, I mean, I waxed all of that, so. 190, that's gonna be on board 11, right at the center here. 190 is going to go from the same side with that little pin going top right. And then in step number 3, oh, and then another 190, which is to the right of the center line at the same location. In the same orientation, is going to go from the other side. And now part number J2, that's with the hole to the bottom right. That's going to go from the thinner portion all the way in, and then we put part number 118 and 32. 118 is in the top right of board number 11, and 32, let's come back to port number 7 in the top bottom left here. So I'm going to do that side first. Obviously 32 needs to be waxed, and 118 needs to be waxed. And 118 is going to go on the end there, all the way to the step. And then lock it up with the 32. And the other side, we need J3, that's the whole bottom left, and the pieces are facing you, so it's not going to go too far. And that one locks with the 177, which is on board number 7, bottom left here. 177 is going to need to be waxed, obviously. And that one one's gonna go at the end. Let's see how far. All the way to that part. So we still need some movement here. We're on page number 42, top left. We need parts number 191 and 192. They're on board number 11. 191 is at top right, and then 192 is top left. For 191 needs that surface waxed, sanded. And that's gonna go from from the thinner portion, from the thinner side of the 188. We're gonna need to do one of the J4s. That's gonna go interlocking with the gear here, in between these guys, facing with the flat surface facing up, and lock it with 191. Just like this. And then on the opposite end, these two flat surfaces should be parallel to each other. We're gonna move that one out of the way. Same thing. And I'm assuming they should be on the same height. So as we rotate all these down completely, this one should be down completely too. And parallel, obviously. And lock it up with the 192. So they're parallel and locked. So when we rotate the centerpiece, I can't do that right now. These should go up at the same time. All right, step number 5, we need parts number 175 and 183. Board number 11 is for 183, top left. And 175 is probably on board number 7, would be my assumption. On the bottom. Oh, we pulled one out, so we should have that. Same here with the need to wax part number 183. That's going to go on the right hand side, or from the thicker portion into part number 192 there on the bottom left. And then 175 is going to go into that one open hole in a vertical position. Next step, we got number 6 on the bottom left there. We need part number 118, top right of board number 11. And 193, which is going to be, oh sorry, top right. And then top right of board number 11 for part number 193. We're gonna need to wax the teeth and inside. 180, 118 also needs to be waxed, just like all the gears. And then reiterating one more time that to make sure the landing gear is on the same level. And this is also going to go into the first teeth. So these guys are parallel and in the same level. And our step number 7, we need part number 32 and 185. 185 is in the bottom left of board number 7. Part number 32 is a bottom left and bottom right. Am I getting confused again? Not sure. Can blame it on the weather. It's -3 outside today in Chicago. Alright, so 132 is gonna go over the gear. Put that little teeth back in. Once again, engaging only the first ones, and then we lock it up with 185. There's only one way that that one can go on. Alright, moving on to page 43, step number 8. We're going to need to separate these two guys a little bit and put part number 194. It's in the bottom left of page numbers, board number 7. Snap it into one on the thinner portion on the left, into the hole. All right, and then step number 9, that's gonna go onto the assembly. All right, I see. So this is gonna go onto the assembly. With the thinner portion is gonna be on the right, as the front of the Falcon is towards you. This portion, they're gonna go, these two tabs gonna go into right here, into this guy. Not sure if you can see it, right here. And then we do not snap anything together until we're done. Checking, make sure everything's working. All right, let's see these gears going in. Right and the left, and the right. Don't lock it completely in, give some room. Now we need to bring these two together and snap them together over this little guy, with them facing, the little tabs facing forward, and they're going to go into the centerpiece right here. And that's probably one of the ways they don't want us to snap it all together, because if they rotate slightly, you won't be able to get them close and lock and loaded, so to say. the gear in first. It's not as easy. You need to fiddle a little bit with it. Everything is down, so I'm doing the right side first. I insert it into the slot over the part. Make sure this 195 or whatever piece, 194, goes into the slot. Make sure all these are down, and then I'm gonna do the second one. Gotta lift it up a little bit to get it onto 194, and at the same time bring it into the holes. Maybe it would be a good idea to have them inserted first. Now let's see if we spin this. That should go all the way up. So we need to spin this and see, make sure it works. Not everything is just in, and now we need to rotate this to move one of the pieces out to lock that part number 178 or whatever it was into here, into the location. That was next step. Once we lock it, now we can press everything down and make sure that everything sits with the gears open. And now when we rotate this little piece on the right, they should go up and down. Wow. All right. Whew. That was page number 43. We just checked it. Everything is sitting nice and clean. Everything is down, and they go up and down. So we just checked the J5. We locked everything in, and let's see, everything is moving up and down. And then we can continue with step number 1 on the right of page number 44. Let me just double check the timing again. We're good. I'm gonna finish up until K and take a break. All right, let's see, 195. We're gonna need a lot of them. They're all on board number 11. And we're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on one side, and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the other side. So we need 11. They're all a little bit above the middle on board number 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. With the thicker portion, they're gonna go right around. So first one we're gonna do on the left side, and let's see which location. So the thicker tab is gonna go into the board. I'm leveraging from the bottom not to crack the board. So first one is the hole right here, the y-axis I want to say, so front and back. That's within the little trapezoid thing there, or no, not trapezoid, but a hexagon, whatever shape it is. Next one is right in front of it. Next one is a little bit to the left and diagonal. Another one diagonal. If you go further, continue the path, you're gonna have one there. And then another one right next to the board, the landing gear, there's one larger one right next to it. So and I wanna actually, I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax at the top tabs there. Gonna do the same thing on the other ones, actually both sides, just to make it easier to insert them. That was moving on to page number 45, step number 2. And the other 6 gonna go on the mirror side, on the right side, left side in the direction of movement, because this is upside down right now. In a similar fashion. Don't see where the 6 ones goes though. Got the 5. Oh, there's a 6 ones right here by the spring. All right, and then 196 is going to be on the left side, and 197 is going to be on the right side. All right, so 196 is going to be, let's see, board 10, 9, and 10. 197 is on the bottom right of board number 9, and 197 is going to go on the right hand side with the round off portion towards you, towards the front, and we just line up and click it in a second. And then 196, that's on board number 10, bottom left here. That's gonna go with the round off surface towards you on the left hand side. So let's do that one at a time. Not really sure how to even start it. I'm gonna start with the first tab. Line up. The key is to line them all up. Kind of impossible to do it at the same time, but as you go around, just line them up, and we'll be able to do the final squeeze at the end. Just need to start them, right, to get them in. We need to make sure that landing gear is within inside, but there's like extra part in there, so that might be on the way. The extra material. Let me see if I can remove it without completely taking it off. I probably have to. Not completely, but at least to take that material off, because that's going to be on the way. Which makes me, we'll need to check the other one too. wax on these little tabs here by the landing gear. And work your way around. Almost there. Not ready for the final push just yet, because not everything is lined up. Now we're good. Now we just work our way around and make sure that everything goes in all the way flat. And same thing on the left hand side. Need to wax these two guys. Same thing. Gonna start from the back there. Make sure this side is clean. That one's clean, and we know that. Getting a little hot in here, although the lower temperatures outside. A little stress. Here we go. Make sure everything is fed in and everything is sitting nice and tight on both sides. Looks like it, and then just double check everything is sitting, and then we need to be able to open these guys. There we go. And close. All the gears move nice and smooth, and that completes our assembly K. Alright, move this project on the side. We're going to move to page number 46 and take a little break here. We still got quite a few to the end, where it looks like page number 101 is the end of it, so we're almost halfway through as far as the manual concerned. Anyway, see you in a bit.